Might as well just get started. Hello, hello, welcome in everyone. Hope everyone's doing well. Why am I always big when I start stream? What the hell? But yes, hello Vala, hello Ray, welcome in both of you. Um, yeah. I mean, I can get pretty big. Big. Yeah. But yeah, today. Nah, let's be completely honest. This is more my style. Oh man. Um, no, today we're gonna continue Please Be Happy. I don't think we're gonna finish it, but you never know. Chapter 4 is really long for whatever reason. I don't know. Um, but before we do that, I was playing the Splatoon DLC the other day. I was actually on the game when the season ticked over. Um, but I was playing the DLC. I cannot play the splatling, the heavy splatling. I cannot do it. It does not work with my playstyle at all. Um, so I got to floor 27 and failed. I retried. I got to the top floor and failed. It's not that I need help. I know I can do it. But like, holy shit, I can't play that thing. Like I don't know what it is, but I don't like charging weapons in order to shoot them. Something about that doesn't fit with me. But I'm getting closer. Um I am on my 7th weapon out of 12, so I'm a little over halfway. Um I do have to say I am heavily not looking forward to trying to do uh 8's um palette. Oh. Well, yeah, obviously. um but I was actually surprised. I did pretty well with the Brella, Marina's weapon. Slosher was also pretty good. Um I've actually found that a combination that I really like in terms of like the palette, drone ink strike and splatting drone gauge. Splat drone gauge. It's a really good combination. All you have to do is splat one thing, the ink strike goes off, kills more things, which charges the ink strike again. So I found that that's really helpful. Um, but no, I also did the bucket. That was pretty simple. Literally, I just like I heavily boosted attacks or like ink size and attack speed. Heavily boosted them. And then had some pretty good damage as well. I could one one phase the boss. So like between like once the boss would break out of the thing the uh once he breaks out of the tube thing, um I can launch what sub weapon was it? I don't remember. But launch or special. I could launch the special. Uh, as they were doing their first attack. After breaking out, and then I just go up and whale them with the bucket and move on to the next phase before they could do a second attack. But no, I cannot do the splatling because I my big thing is movement. Like I move through ink a lot, and typically, specifically for the killer whale, or I guess it would be the, I don't know what the, I guess it's the equivalent of killer whale, but the lasers that he shoots. um what I tend to do is the same way I move in my turf war matches, is I will ink forward, swim through the ink, ink forward, swim through the ink. I can't do that with splatling, which means my movement is heavily limited, or I have to completely shift how my entire movement system works, which doesn't work for me. So that's just kind of how that's going. Um, I'm probably gonna have to start that one over. I'm not gonna be able to retry because I've already retried it once, and then it's just so expensive to try again. Um, but we'll see how it goes with the other weapons that I have, because I unlocked the paintbrush, which that'll be fine because I actually don't mind using the brushes, and the charger, which Ray wanted me to save for stream, so that'll be Monday. I'll try that run Monday. I'm gonna go heavy homing with that one, homing and piercing. But you said you wanted to watch it. You wanted to watch that run, so you did say that, which means I want to see it. And so that will be on stream. But no, Monday I'm gonna try and finish up the DLC if I can. But yeah, I think that's enough kind of specifically over any other one. Sure, but like honestly, I was not going to do the entire DLC on stream. It's the same thing over and over again. It gets boring after a while, and let's face it, you don't want to see me struggle on a weapon for 13 hours. But I honestly think I'll be fine on 8's palette. Well, that's you. That's not the general public, and that is what I am trying to curtail myself for, is a lot of people don't want to watch me struggle on the same weapon for 13 hours straight, so I'm not going to force them to sit through that if they want to watch my streams. But no, it's like each successful run for me takes about 40 minutes. So I can really only get about 5 runs done in a stream, given I one-shot everything. So, yeah, no, I will say I did kind of get screwed over with some of the levels and whatnot, because I ran out of membucks just like resetting the floor, because I got 3 rigorous on a weapon I was not super comfortable with. And then I used up the membucks. I got hard rigorous. The hard had a danger. So that wasn't gonna happen either. So I re-rolled again, and it was just not fun. I was getting screwed over heavily with that. But no, like, can I just tell you my least favorite combination? Hello, hello, Star. Welcome in. My least favorite combination for the dangers. The arpeggio barrage and lights out. Oh, I hate it. I do not like dark levels in games. Just period. Like, I have nothing against them. Like, I just don't like playing them because I like to be able to see what I'm doing. Um so I don't really like dark levels, but like barrage and stronger enemies is also annoying, but I'd argue that lights out is more annoying because you can't see which direction the barrage is coming from. Um I'm doing all right, Star. Just kind of chatting about Splatoon before we get into the game. But yeah, it's just, oh man, I only being able to have, what was it, 4 or 8 chips either way. Um, you have to get really lucky, which, as we know, I am not. Um, so it's really just, I don't know. I'm not super looking forward to it because I feel like I would want ink size, a shit ton of ink damage, um, attack speed, decent attack speed, not necessarily a shit ton. Um, I feel like I would want ink strike, drone ink strike, as well. But you have to get so lucky to get those. But anyway, I think it's about time we get started because I've been sitting here long enough. Let me get the game open. Bink. Also, just I absolutely adore the music in Splatoon 3's DLC. Like all of it. I actually unironically listen to Spectrum Obligato all the time. Now, I will say, keep in mind, my bottle is going to lag a bit during this game because it always does. Um, so just be aware of that. That is not you guys and your end of stream. That is completely my end, my PC. Um, so don't worry too much about that. And just pay attention to the story and the music. I still have not listened to the actual song yet, by the way, the ending song. So it keeps coming up in my playlist and I keep skipping it just because I want to get that experience of it at the end of the game after everything. And you guys can hear it for the first time too. Number 47 onward? No, no. Of Please Be Happy. But number 47 onward, if you're asking my opinion on it, also really like it. I listened to it quite a bit, but Spectrum Obligato is the Ebb and Flow. That was the final boss. I wish you could redo that final boss for the first time. I wish you could redo that final boss again and get that whole experience of like, oh, the like music coming in, because that was such a powerful thing. I want to be able to do that again. But every time you climb the spire, it's its own thing. So I guess I would just have to do it on a separate account or something like that. But all right, so we are back here. This map looks quite familiar. um, and just let's do it. Let's get this story rolling. It's been almost a week since the last time I went to the waterfront, so I decided to head down and visit Mr. Kim. It's been even longer since I've actually done any fishing, so this might be a good time to change that. When I get to the waterfront, there are plenty of other people there fishing, unlike the last couple times. However, it doesn't look like Mr. Kim is one of them. His assistant, Young Min, is there helping out like always, but Mr. Kim himself is nowhere to be seen. When I go ask Young Min, he tells me that Mr. Kim went to the marketplace, but that he should be back by now. I volunteer to go see if I can track him down. I've only ever seen the market from a distance, but up close it's a lot more lively than I gave it credit for. The noisy fishermen that I always hear from far away laugh and shout with each other, displaying their catches on beds of ice. There are other vendors and stalls selling snacks and drinks, as well as things like jewelry and souvenirs. I walk around searching for Mr. Kim and finally find him near the edge of the pier. He's looking intently at a number of fishing poles for sale, one hand stroking his chin. Right, this is the game that I need to boost a shit ton. I go over and inspect the fishing poles too. Most of them are fancier than the ones I've used, with extra pieces and parts. I don't really know what any of them do, though. He points at one of the complicated, fancy-looking poles. The other option is a simpler, sleeker design. Price. No, guess not. He frowns, still thinking deeply. Simple is always pretty good, yeah. I mean, you can't go wrong with simple. Complicated has all these bells and whistles that you need to fix every so often. Simple is just simple. Slowly, he nods. Honestly, computers are one of the most complex machines that they make, so that's not happening anytime soon. The person running the booth packages up the rod and hands it to Mr. Kim once he's finished paying. Then the two of us start heading back to the fishing spot. That turns out to be shortly after we get there. Mr. Kim goes to apologize to Young Min for taking so long, and I watch some of the other people fishing while we wait, since all the spare rods are taken. Once almost everyone else leaves at the end of the hour, Mr. Kim beckons me over. Oh, yay, getting a fishing rod. Mr. Kim holds his old fishing pole in one hand, examining it with a small smile. I can see a wistful look in his eyes, like he's recalling old memories. Then he holds it out to me. Knew it. We're the gang. I carefully take the rod, holding it gently like it could fall apart. It's got nicks and grooves in it, and the grip is worn down in places, signs of how loved and appreciated it was. Standing at the edge, I cast out my line to get a feel for the rod. Even though it's been well used, it's more comfortable and handles better than the ones I usually borrow. I managed to land a couple fish, although I let them all go. When it's finally time for me to go home, I carry the fishing pole carefully, making sure Mr. Kim's trust in me wasn't misplaced. Yay! Idly, I reach up and remove my necklace, letting it dangle from my palm. My bead stands out from the other, regular ones on the chain, since it's still glowing ever so slightly. It's a part of me, not something separate that came to me. It came from within me, and while I've never questioned that, never thought about what it might mean, it has to mean something. Oh yeah, just kind of like a baseline, I guess. Um, if she swallows the bead, she will turn into a sky fox, whatever that means, and stop being a Gumiho. Big important thing, but that's why the memories of her keep being forgotten is because the bead is eating the memories for power. Um, Still doesn't explain why the Little Mermaid kid uh doesn't forget, but you know that's not one way or another. Would I even exist without it? Probably not. Not like I am now. I would have died as a regular fox many, many years ago. Curling my fingers around the bead, I can feel my heartbeat. It pulses in the bead, too. I close my eyes and try and clear my thoughts of everything except the feeling of the tiny orb in my hand. I focus on it, letting myself feel it the same way I'd feel a pillow against my head or grass beneath my feet. Slowly, pictures come to mind, visions of the sky and the sea and the forests, visions of people passing by, although their faces are just a blur. No, not visions, memories. My memories and experiences live on in the speed somehow, the same way they live on in my heart and mind. It's been changed and strengthened as a result of what I've been through, the same as any muscle. Magic courses through me, as basic as my breath and blood. I know then and there that I can't get rid of it, even if there's a way I don't want it. Like any other part of my body, I have to learn to live with it and nurture it. I don't want to be forgotten, but I don't want to lose this part of myself either. I can feel it. It's needy. Neither of us are ready yet. There's still a craving that I can't identify. What is it that I'm missing? What do I still need to give it? There are other things too that make it even more confusing, like how Cello could remember me. That's the mermaid kid. Was it something special about her, or has something about me changed? Time and again, these past few months, I've found that answers I've known all along rest inside me. Feelings that I thought I was incapable of. Feelings that I thought I was incapable of come naturally. Why would this be any different? It's a puzzle, but puzzles have solutions. I don't know what the answer is, and I barely even know the question. But I can feel that something about myself is going to change soon. How and when, I don't know. It's just an instinct, same as so many other things. Uncurling my fingers, the pulsing of my heart gets less noticeable. I open my eyes to see my bead looking just the same. I'd been half hoping that it would be different already, but it's not that easy. I put my necklace back on and climb into bed, burying myself beneath my blankets. Even under the covers, in the dark, the light of my bead shines through faintly, like a nightlight. Just like a couple days ago, some of the first patrons to arrive at this library on Friday morning are Cello and her friends. This time, it's Pippa who holds the door for the other two, who enter with their arms full of books. They stopped by for a bit yesterday as well, so all three of them should still remember who I am. All three of them come to my desk where Cello and Armand are carefully set down the stacks they're carrying. Juliet, who hasn't gone to bed yet, emerges from the shelves where she was putting away some books and approaches us as well. The three of them are so adorable. Of course, Armand is the stuck-up theater kid. The two of them glare at each other, and Cello rolls her eyes at both of them. I feel a little bad for her, even though I know they're all friends when it counts. Sorry, just opening a drink. Alright. He's also a history buff, of course he is. Armand flaps his wings in excitement, like he's already planning a return trip. I will tell you, Armand, as an actor, it is not easy. Acting is not easy. Especially when you get to like professional levels, acting is super not easy. Like, yes, have fun with it, but like having fun with it is only part of it. You need to have fun with it in order for it to be good, but that is only part of it. So, anyway. Nah, he's done a lot. Armand blushes at the praise. I've never seen a play myself, but I basically know what they are. It's like watching TV in real life. And you shouldn't be super loud. Yes. Cutting off the argument before it happens, Cello faces Juliet and me again. Cello is the sweetest, most adorable thing. Protect with everything. I'm not entirely sure what it is either. Slowly, the five of us move back outside to the front of the library, with Armand and Juliet chatting about the books he read. Soon, it's time for them to head off. I don't think we're gonna get an answer. I don't think we're gonna see why Cello remembers. I don't think we're gonna get that answer. It's sad to think that Pippa and Armand will have forgotten me by the time they get back home. I'm glad that they had a good time, though, and it was nice to be able to help out a bit. Even if it was mostly Juliet who helped them. All three of them wave as they make their way down the hill, and Juliet and I wave back for as long as we can. Once they're out of sight, we go back inside. If she still doesn't. Yeah. I mean, she is still actively learning how to, like, read and write and stuff like that. Um, and it will give a good reason to actively, like, practice the conversational skills, but at the same time, like, I don't know. It's like, yeah, it would be good practice with people other than Juliet and Aspen. Because, you know, people have their own quirks with writing and spelling and handwriting, and so having another younger experience with writing would probably help her out a lot. After gathering up the books the kids brought back, Juliet and I kiss each other goodnight, and she goes upstairs while I get ready for my normal day at the library. At some point, I hear the sound of an airship passing overhead and wonder if it has Cello and the others on board. Whether or not I do get a letter from her, I'm glad they all had a good time. I hope Cello can start to feel more at home in Amarina soon. One of the most valuable lessons that I've learned from living at the library is that it's important to feel like you belong somewhere. Yeah, I honestly don't think we're gonna get an answer. I think that that line is kind of void at this point. We're not gonna get an answer as to why Cello remembers her unless they figure out something with Gumiho's and how, like, there's typically one person who is immune or whatever. But Mount Victoria. Walking up the mountain trail today, I found myself a shiny coin, so I decided to use it on the binoculars at the top. Once you drop the right kind of coin in, you can look through the glasses and see all kind of things. I still don't really get it, but it's neat when it works. Alright, what's going on in Wellington today? Ew. I reel away from the glasses as if they'd just burned me. There's an old man skinny dipping in the river. I did not want to see that, and especially not up close. I can't believe I paid for that. I get the glasses pulled, a gentle kick, hoping maybe spit my coin back up, but the greedy thing barely shakes. Oh well. Yeah, no, that... I wouldn't want to see that either. Yeah, it could be something like a mermaid thing. Who knows? But, yeah, no, I wouldn't want to see that either up close, so I don't blame Miho for that one. On Saturday morning, I wake up around my usual time, but linger in bed for a while. I can hear the distant sounds of Aspen and Juliet having an animated conversation. Aspen laughs, then Juliet laughs. I don't know what they're laughing about, but I smile too. I just like hearing my girlfriend laugh after all. no matter what kind of troubles are weighing on our minds. If she's able to laugh despite everything, then that's a win in my book. Aside from a couple hasty meals, it's been a while since the two of them have really gotten to spend much time together. Sometimes it's easy to forget that they've known each other longer than they've known me. How much time has passed at this point? I know it's said a couple months. But I don't know if, like, at this point it's been a year or whatever. But it's been a couple months and things are just now starting to kind of kick off a lot of questioning. And we're still only in chapter 4 somehow. Outside, it's shaping up to be another beautiful day. There are clouds, but none of them are rain clouds. The trees and grass sway in a gentle breeze beyond my window. I've had more days here than I can count. I've had more beautiful days here than I count. Even Wellington weather had at its worst isn't so bad from indoors. I open my window, enjoying the morning air as I freshen myself up too. Making my way silently to the kitchen, I pause just out of sight and listen. Oh, we've got an eavesdropper. I mean, that's fairly normal at this point for Miho, I guess. She eavesdropped a lot on conversations. I mean, I guess that kind of comes from the thief background, though, so... like, I guess it makes sense in character. And all that sort of stuff. There wouldn't be a reason to not eavesdrop for her. I mean, now, but, like, back then, it was a necessity. But... oops. Nope. I can't hide this one for whatever reason. It's an interesting piece of art. For a little while longer, I stay where I am, unseen. Not because I want to eavesdrop or spy on Aspen and Juliet, but because I don't want to interrupt them. I just want to let them talk. Or maybe I'll do just that. Hearing Aspen express some of her worries and hearing Juliet offer words of encouragement reminds me of some of my earliest days here. Both of them changed their lives around to include me, which is something I'll always be grateful for. Still, I should give them a chance to spend some time with just each other. Not because I feel unwelcome, but because that hasn't really happened since I arrived. Eventually, there's a moment of silence followed by the sound of a cup being set on the table. I choose this time to make my entrance. Words. I go into the kitchen and grab a piece of toast and an apple, but I don't sit down. Okay, I just want to say Miho is handling this situation with a lot more class and a lot, like, smoother than I've ever seen in any character. Like, we just heard that she was eavesdropping and said, I should let them be on their own. I'll just come in and be like, yeah, I'm just gonna go for a walk. Like, it's so smooth and they, like, don't suspect anything that she's trying to do for them. Like, it's so nice to see that sort of good writing every once in a while. For good measure, I wrap a couple more slices of toast in a paper towel and put them in one of my deep pockets, along with another apple and some packs of jam. I wave goodbye before I leave, and then I head back to my room to get dressed before stepping outside towards the road. Munching on my breakfast as I walk, I hum a song to myself that I've heard on TV. I go in the direction of the ocean, same as usual. My days of aimless wandering have decreased. I actually have places to go now and people to see. A day without any plans is a luxury. I wonder how Jiangyin chose where to go on their travels. What first brought them to my forest all those years ago? Was it on a whim? Or was there something in particular they were searching for? If there was, I hope they found it. I would have loved to ask. Would have loved to tell them about Aspen and Juliet. More than anything, though, I wish I could have thanked them. Our time together was short, even by human standards, but it still meant everything to me. I take myself to Mount Victoria and start the familiar climb. But before I get to the top, I stop. It's only been a couple of days since I last came here and saw Silver. Trying to visit her again so soon might be pushing my luck, but then again, so is trying to visit her at all. The lukewarm toast and apple in my pocket aren't much, but if she lives anything like I did, she'll still probably appreciate them. Even if she doesn't say it. Instead of transforming, I stay on 2 feet, heading in the same direction I went last time. I'm not too concerned about finding her. If she wants to be found, she will be. Keeping my eyes and ears peeled, I watch for a glint of silver fur or the sound of a snapping branch. When I finally spot her, it's purely by accident. Once again, she's in her human form, rather than fox. With her back to me, she kneels at the edge of a patch of grass, attention focused on something I can't see. She doesn't move as I approach, although I'm sure she knows I'm there. I halt, still a few feet away. At least she didn't call me a dog. I approach delicately, scanning the ground before every step. Finally, I arrive behind her and look down to find my answer. A bird, about the size of my hand, lies on its side in the grass. It's alive, but clearly injured. Oh. Looking down, I see that Silver's right about its injury. It struggles to flap its wings, but it can't even push itself into a standing position. I kneel down beside Silver. She scoffs. Bruh. Stop being edgy. Silence. Before doing anything else, I reach into my pocket and pull out the food I brought with me, holding it out towards Silver. She looks at it, but doesn't make any move to accept. I have to dig all the way to the bottom to find a little peck. Silver stares incredulously, like I'm trying to give her, well, poison or something. I set the food down by her knees and turn my attention back to the bird. I cut my fingers together and reach for the bird, which finally gets a reaction from Silver. Her voice is sharp like a knife. I may not know what to do, but I'm sure Aspen or Juliet will. It's better than just leaving it out here to die. Okay, I am actually really liking this because they're using this bird as like a stand-in. Almost. Like, this is a seamless way for Miho to kind of show that it's not that humans aren't all just haha shoot shoot gun gun. It's actually showing that like humans can be compassionate to creatures unlike themselves. And this is kind of the, like, catalyst for it. It's not like Miho has to explain it, it's just she has to show that they're willing to help this bird. Despite the fact of, well, all of this. I may not know what to do, but but I'm sure Aspen and Juliet, well, it's better than just leaving it out here to die. So that's what's it. As gently as I can, I slide my hands around the struggling bird and scoop up the poor little thing. Its beady eyes look around frantically, and I can feel its tiny heart pounding in its tiny chest. I start heading back towards the library as fast as I can. Before I get very far, there's a noise from behind me. I look back to see Silver following me. An empty paper towel dangles from her hand. Smiling to myself, I keep walking. When I step from the woods back onto the path, I expect Silver to have disappeared. Instead, she takes a few cautious steps out, looking left and right as if a car might come barreling down the mountain. Avoiding my eyes, she walks past me and keeps going, like she was planning to do this anyway. When we reach the base of Mount Victoria, she's a few meters ahead of me, and I clear my throat loudly to get her attention. She stomps after me, annoyed at Wellington for its geography or something. Her clothes, which are clearly meant to help her sneak around at night, stands out like a sore thumb in the morning sun. They also must be hot as hell. If either of those things bother her, she doesn't let herself show it. I curl my fingers to shade the bird as much as I can. Seems to have calmed down a little, but it's probably more from exhaustion than anything. When we reach the library, Silver trails far behind. I wait at the entrance, not sure if she's coming or not. I don't ask, she'll do what she wants either way. After a moment, she walks up the hill and joins me. I simply nod in acknowledgement before I push open the door with my shoulder, Silver behind me like a shadow. Within seconds, Aspen pops her head out from the dining room. Choking in surprise, Aspen's eyes go wide as a saucer as she notices my companion. She disappears from sight, and I can only imagine what she's saying to Juliet right now. Behind me, Silver looks around in curious awe, although she stops when she notices me watching. I jerk my head toward the dining room and head in. Both Aspen and Juliet are there waiting, trying to appear casual. But the way they are both just silently staring at the entrance, I'm sure it's just an act. She nods at the ground and says nothing, displaying none of her usual venom or drama. It feels as if she's hiding behind me, which is something I wouldn't have expected her pride to allow. None of them know what to say. I can't blame them. Fortunately, there's something more important to talk about. I uncurl my fingers and tilt my hands for Aspen and Juliet to see. I doubt either of them even noticed I was carrying something. They both lean in to see. The bird starts to struggle again, probably because of how many more people are suddenly staring at it. Peering at the little bird, it doesn't take Juliet more than a second to see what's wrong. She hurriedly departs for the stairs, moving right past Silver without a glance. Silver lurches to the side to get out of her way all the same. Aspen grabs one of the dish rags and folds it up to make a small square, and then sets that on the table. I gently lower the bird onto the makeshift cushion. Its eyes still dart around, but it doesn't struggle as much. I sigh with relief at being able to unfold my hands, shaking and stretching them before washing them several times. Juliet returns with her phone in one hand and a small cardboard box in the other. Using a kitchen knife, she cuts a few holes into the sides of the box and then puts it inside. She takes 2 corners of the rag, and I grab the other 2, and we carefully lift it over the box and then set it down inside. I keep my voice at a whisper. Even though the bird can't understand our words, I still don't want it to hear. Kiwi! She smiles fondly as she recalls the memory. And I love that. I don't know if Silver is still there because she disappeared from the screen, but she was able to see that these people aren't gonna hurt them. And so I do really like how they used the bird as kind of the like crossing over point to let things smooth over without it being directly tied to Miho or Silver herself. It's actually really well done, and it was kind of seamless too. Looking at the box on the table, I can't help but feel a little bad for our friend. He's probably never going to see his home on Mount Victoria again, and he doesn't even get a say in it. But where is he going? Doesn't sound half bad. Where he's going doesn't sound half bad. Like Juliet said, he probably wouldn't have even survived if he'd been left on his own, if not for me and for. I only now realize that she's gone. I go out into the hallway, looking up the stairs and around the room for her. The front door is open, but only a crack. Something's keeping it from closing. Walking over, I spot something on the door, jammed between the door and the wall. It's the gnawed core of an apple, wrapped in a breadcrumb-covered paper towel. Laughing, I pick it up and throw it in the trash, letting the door shut behind me. In the dining room, Aspen and Juliet are both seated again. It's far past Juliet's bedtime, but she looks as awake and alert as I have ever seen her. I sit down too, waiting for the question that I know is coming. It doesn't take Aspen more than 2 seconds. I take a deep breath and try to think of where to begin. Nodding, I finally settle on where to start. That was a good way of both showing Silver that they can be trusted as well as showing them that Silver exists. That was a good crossover point. I really like how they did that. The writing in this game has been phenomenal. I just want to say that. Like, this is a small team working on this game, but the writing has been absolutely phenomenal. Telling Aspen and Juliet about Silver and answering all their questions takes a long time. I tell them just about everything, starting with back when we first met, right after I went to the museum. I leave out the parts about Silver's history, though. Instead, I talk about the time I've spent with her myself and the things I've learned from her. Eventually, Aspen goes home and Juliet goes to bed, and I spend the rest of my day watching TV and lazing around. I close my eyes at one point, just intending to take a quick nap, but when I open them, I see that I've slept until nightfall once again. I don't mind too much, at least Juliet will be up by now. As I make my way towards Juliet's room, I notice the sound of conversation coming from inside her office. Freezing with my hand almost on the handle, I listen. That's gonna be the other vampire, and Miho should not interrupt. There are sounds of a chair scraping across the wooden floor. A few moments later, I hear the sound of flapping, leathery wings from beyond the door, and of papers being scattered. The flapping sound quickly grows distant, and then disappears entirely. I let out a silent breath as I hear Juliet's footsteps and papers being picked up, then Juliet sitting down in her chair once more. Oh. Oh. I really have lost my touch when it comes to sneaking. I open the door as invited to see Juliet's study looking the same as ever. The open window and blowing curtains are the only indicators of her guest that just left. I lower myself into the empty chair as Juliet strikes a match, relighting the lamp that had blown out. Mood. Juliet laughs, closing her eyes. She stands up and closes the window, peering out into the night for a moment before she sits back down. Ooh, we're getting backstory. Oh. Oh. That is... Huh. Adjusting my seat so I'm next to Juliet, I lean forward and take her hand. Leaning against me, she idly runs her thumb across mine as she stares into the flickering candle, recalling days long past. The music timing there. Oh shit. That is... Ooh. I gasp, unable to stop myself, even though I know she turns out okay. Wow, that is... Oh. Juliet taps her cane against the ground to demonstrate. And then Cosette happens, and then Miho happens, and... whew. Finally, Juliet trails off. I sat with rapt attention the entire time she spoke, and only relaxed my muscles when I noticed how stiffly I've been sitting. Juliet doesn't have to finish her story, because I can say that last line for her. Slowly, she nods. We both sit there quietly, our hands locked together, as we contemplate what she just shared. It's hard for me to picture Juliet as anything other than how she is today, warm, patient, kind. I can't imagine her as someone who would have once been feared and reviled. Yet I can understand the pain, if only to a tiny extent. I can understand what some of those years must have felt like. For all my time alive, I've changed the most in the past few months, by far. But for Juliet, her life has been nothing but change, both the world she came from and the world she exists in now. I also can't help but think about what she's said regarding immortality. Juliet brings her other hand up close to mine, to enclose mine, pressing tightly. The flame dances on the candle wick, throwing a crazy shadow onto the wall. It'll burn itself out again soon. I know I should say something, but I feel paralyzed. Everything I could say feels inadequate. In the face of everything she told me, do I even have the right to want her to stay? If going back to the underworld is the only way for her to escape the pain, then shouldn't I want her to go? My brain tells me yes, but my heart tells me no. My heart tells me I want her to find a different way. Is that wrong of me? The sound of her voice breaks my reverie. As she removes her hands from mine, I can see a sparkling uncertainty in her eyes. Damn, I knew that question was coming. Oh, man. Juliet speaks quickly, like she's embarrassed or nervous. All I can manage is to nod dumbly. At least her second request is an easy one. Thinking about it is all I'll be able to do. Right now, though, I want to do anything but think. Standing up, I reach for Juliet and pull her into a hug and a wordless kiss. When we finally do pull apart, I lean my forehead against her, and she rests herself against me. It's all I can think to say. Oh boy. We have not seen this screen before. Just a black screen with a time jump in it. We've not seen that before. The next couple weeks go by in relative normalcy. I wake up, go to work, and spend what time I can with Juliet. Aspen comes by occasionally, but for the most part is busy by herself. Neither Juliet nor I talk about that evening in her study or her invitation. We don't have to. It's practically the only thing on my mind. When I walk down Cuba Street or climb Mount Victoria, I have to ask myself if I'm ready to leave it all behind. I want to be with Juliet, but that part's easy to decide. Even if we've only been lovers for a few weeks, I've spent enough time with her to know that I want to stay with her. I know I can't promise her forever, but right now there's nothing I want more. Still, there's a lot I'd have to give up. Aspen and my other friends, as well as the first home I've ever had. The memories may be painful for Juliet, but for me, they're almost nothing but good. I always thought I was the kind of person who could move at the drop of a hat without worrying about leaving anything behind. Now I realize that's because I've never had anything to lose before. The candlelight from Juliet's trusty lamp flickers as we sit quietly in the dark. There's the occasional noise of her pen scratching or Juliet typing something on the computer, but it's otherwise silent. I sit with a book open on my lap. It's simple enough for me to read, but I've been on the same page for ages. Pictures of the underworld, both photos and drawings, take up most of the space. Captions go along with them, describing what some of the places are. An enchanted forest, a town where it never stops raining, a castle that can walk like a person. They all sound and look interesting, but I can't really make myself feel excited about the idea of seeing them. Not the way things are now. The sound of Juliet closing her laptop catches my attention, and I look over to see her rubbing her eyes. Juliet reaches for her teapot, but frowns when she picks it up. Really, it's just an excuse for me to put the book away. I hop up and go downstairs, leaving Juliet in her study. Despite the time that's passed since we talked about going to the underworld together, I don't feel any closer to deciding what I want to do. My relationship with Juliet only makes me more confused. Sometimes things between us don't feel much different than before we started dating. That has its ups and downs to me. I like that I don't feel pressured to act differently, but I also like all the new things, like kissing her and holding her hand. Juliet seems to enjoy those things too, but I wish I wasn't the one starting them all the time. Neither of us are the type of person to be really lovey-dovey like I've seen on TV, and that's fine. I know she means it when she says she loves me, and that's enough. Besides, both of us are still new to this, and I'd rather it be that way than feel like I need to catch up to her somehow. In the kitchen, I start boiling a pot of water while I make myself a sandwich. Juliet keeps tea leaves in the kitchen and in her office, so the only thing she needs me to bring is the water. I munch on my snack while I wait until steam starts to rise and the kettle whistles. Aspen got an electric kettle for Juliet that's much faster, but I know Juliet prefers her tea from a regular old pot. Once it's ready, I grab the kettle and carefully take it back upstairs with me. With pen still in her hand, Juliet is slouched across an open book on her desk, fast asleep. As quietly as I can, I set the teapot down somewhere safe and tiptoe towards her. I was only downstairs for a few minutes, so she must have fallen asleep right after I left. I'm used to her going to bed right after we spend time together, but it's still early in her usual waking hours. Lately, though, I've been hearing the sounds of her being awake at all sorts of different times, whether we're hanging out or not. I guess it must be catching up to her. After moving the lamp a bit further away just to be safe, I grab a blanket from nearby and drape it across Juliet's shoulders. She doesn't react, but I can see it rise and fall with her steady breathing. There's something that feels odd about seeing Juliet asleep, and it takes me a moment to realize what it is. I'm not used to seeing her look so relaxed. With her eyes closed and sloppy posture, she doesn't look guarded or elegant or any of the other words that would usually describe her. Instead, she just looks like anyone else when they're asleep. Somehow, it's nice to see. I wish I could be this open when she's awake sometimes, too. I gently take the pen from her and set it aside, doing my best to keep the blanket from sliding off her. Then I lean forward and blow the candle out. I whisper into the darkness before tiptoeing out of the room, spending the last of my time before bed by myself. Oh, man. This is... I don't know how to feel. This is... it... I don't know what I feel like I would want Miho to do there. Because, like... Don't get me wrong. In Miho's position, right? I wouldn't know what to do with all of this. Obviously, best case scenario, everyone stays in Wellington. Yay, that works, whatever. But if Juliet were to go into the underworld, I don't know what I would do in Miho's situation. Because, like, obviously, you'd want to go to the underworld with Juliet, right? Because, you know, that's how that whole thing works. But when it comes to everything else, I feel like Wellington is just too important of a place. There are too many good things there to give up. Although I guess that's would also be weighing on Juliet's mind, right? Like, obviously, she knows just about everyone in Wellington. She's been there since before it was Wellington, right? So in that sort of case, like, I feel like Juliet is being pushed towards a decision she doesn't want to make. And I feel like she's looking... Okay. I feel like she's looking for an excuse to not go. I feel like she wants someone to tell her not to go. But Miho is the type of person who doesn't want to say, don't go. She doesn't want to close down the decision for her. So it's creating this situation where I don't think either of them want to make the decision for the other, but both of them want the same thing. Is that just me? Am I reading that wrong? Because that's kind of the feeling I'm getting from that. But anyway, I'm warm. That's the first thought that comes into my head as I wake up. Not just the normal warmth of my bed and covers, but there's something else, something different. The bead. The bead is finally fully powered. I'm guessing. I groggily open my eyes and look around, but nothing appears any different. When I roll over onto my side, my necklace bumps against my chest. That's when I realize the source. Yep. My bead is what's causing it. Not only has its glow gotten brighter, but when I simply hold my hand near it, I can feel heat emanating. I'm almost afraid to touch it, but when I finally do, it feels as cool as ever to my fingers. There's something else that's different about it, though. A crack runs across it, so thin that I have to rub my eyes several times just to be able to see it. I could almost mistake it for a hair or something, except I can feel that it's not. When I put my fingertip over the tiny fracture, my skin tingles, almost like a static shock. I can tell either by instinct or touch that the crack isn't surface level or caused by some damage. Instead, it comes from within, from something trying to get out. The fuck? Okay, this is not how I thought it was gonna go. My heart starts to race, obliterating any lingering sleepiness. It still isn't ready, but it's getting closer. Soon it'll be time. So, that bead, essentially what's happening is the reason why people forget Miho is because the bead eats the memories of the people to contain the powers, right? And once it gets full of magic, if she eats the bead, if she swallows the bead, I should say, she'll turn into, I forget how it's called in Korean, but a sky fox, and will no longer be a Gumiho. But the fact that it's cracking means I feel like this would be the time to swallow the bead to become the sky fox. But if it's cracking, what happens when it breaks? Because the bead is what's causing memories to disappear. If it breaks, does that mean that memories will no longer disappear? It still isn't ready, but it's getting closer. Soon it'll be time. Shionho. There it is. Sky Fox. My instincts tell me that it's my destiny, even if I don't know what it entails. I have mixed feelings about that, but mostly. No, this isn't fair. This isn't a fair choice. No, no. Ugh. I'm saving. Oh, man. I think I'm going for this one. Yeah, no, I think this is the fourth choice I've made in this entire game. Like, actual choice that feels like it's going to impact the story. It's intimidating, but it's also kind of exciting. It feels like anything could happen, and the promise of change is enough to make me want to see what comes next. The predictability of my daily life is comfortable and reassuring, but sometimes I can't help but miss the open possibilities that used to define it. Those days were harder, for sure, but it was the struggling that made me appreciate the good times when they happened. Now, I still appreciate everything and everyone that I have, but wouldn't mind a bit more excitement. Yeah. Not that I think there would be a better time later. Still, I know that if I let myself think about these things for too long, I'll just start spiraling. Instead, I make myself get up and out of bed. For a small relief, the warmth from my bead has dissipated, like it's just wanted me to notice it. It's still bright and still cracked, but at least it isn't uncomfortable. After freshening up, I go downstairs where I'm surprised to find an empty kitchen. Juliet isn't around, nor are breakfast or any dishes. I don't mind not having food prepared for me, but it's pretty odd. I go back upstairs and knock on her study door, but there's no answer. When I peek inside, I see the blanket I put around Juliet neatly draped across her chair, as well as the teapot that I filled for her on the desk. There's no Juliet, though. I try her bedroom as well, but it's also empty. Oh? I call out her name, but it just echoes around the empty building with no response. I go back to the kitchen and then her study to confirm one thing. Her parasol is gone. She must have gone out somewhere. Yeah, okay, that was kind of my thought, but yeah. I grab some ingredients from the fridge and throw a pan onto the stove to make myself breakfast. I've never done it before, but I've seen Juliet cook enough times. It shouldn't be too hard. Oh no, she's gonna burn the place down. I prepare some eggs and toast, the same thing we usually have. Oh, guess not. The steaming meal isn't as tasty as what Juliet makes, but it's edible at least. The eggs are kind of rubbery, and the toast is more slightly warm bread, but I eat it all anyway. Either way, I'm proud of myself for making it. As I finished up, I feel something buzzing near my side, and it takes me a moment to realize it's my phone. I fish that out to see that I have a message from Juliet. Good morning. Are you awake? Yeah, I made food. I'm sorry I didn't cook for you. I'm at the mountain. Would you like to join me? Sure, on my way. Typing out each message is slow going, and judging by how long it takes for Juliet to respond, it's not easy for her either. I'm sure Aspen would have done it in half the time. Still, it's a surprise to hear Juliet's out up on Mount Victoria, especially at this sunny hour. I'm sure I'll find out why soon. I feel like we're gonna get an encounter with Silver. Because it feels weird for Juliet to just kind of say, hey, I'm on the mountain. Care to join me? After cleaning up after myself, I finish opening up the library and then head over to the mountain myself. Oh, guess not. It isn't hard to find Juliet up at the top when I get there. Her parasol stands out over the heads of the other early morning hikers as she waits for me on the bench. I sit down beside Juliet, and she adjusts her parasol to give me some extra shade, too. I nuzzle against her, not caring that we're in public. Wow, she's a quick worker. Juliet and her research just go together in my head. I know it's how she spends most of her free time when we're not together. It's hard to picture her without something to work on. There's a tinge of sadness in her voice. Maybe I shouldn't have said that, especially if she's thinking about leaving soon. It would make sense for her to not want it to start new ones. To change the subject, I hop to my feet and stroll over to the tall metal binoculars by the railing. Juliet stands up too and follows me. I feed a couple of coins into the device and then press my eyes to it, looking out at the city. It's been a while since I've done this, and so I recognize a lot more now than I did before. Literally, you just did it like a couple weeks ago. They didn't really take into account if you go to Mount Victoria and look through the things and see the man skinny dipping. I step away and gesture toward Juliet. Juliet hesitates for a moment, but then steps forward and takes my place. I jerk the view around quickly to pick things out, but Juliet maneuvers it slowly and methodically, like she's inspecting every inch of Wellington. She's quiet for a second. With a whir and a click, the binoculars run out of time, and Juliet moves away from that. Although she's smiling, I'm not actually sure she means it. Something suddenly makes sense to me, something I should have expected but only now understand. She saw Wellington that doesn't exist anymore, one that I could never see no matter how long I looked. Her abrupt decision to leave feels painfully expected alongside what I just realized. That's twice in a row that I managed to make her feel bad by accident, even though I didn't do anything wrong. I had planned to tell her about the new changes to my bead, but it doesn't feel like the right time. It would just be another thing to weigh on her mind. I slip my hand into Juliet's as we walk. Even with the subdued mood, it's nice to feel her so close to me. I hope she feels the same way too. Ah, yes, the play. The rehearsals for the play carry on regularly over the month. We have at least one a week, one every week, and sometimes more. Although I don't go to every single one of them, I go to lots. Aspen and Juliet are probably more excited about it than I am, and always encourage me before I go, even though I've told them several times that I'm not really participating that much. Out of the entire cast, there's definitely no one who works as hard as Lena and Cyrus do. Not only do those two have the most lines, but they have the most energy too. Considering how quiet Cyrus is when he's not acting, watching and hearing him perform with so much emotion is like seeing a whole new person. Even though the play isn't until December, more than a month away, neither of them ever slack off. When I'm there, I sometimes help out with things like organizing the props or handing out refreshments. The actual performance will be on a real stage, but we haven't been able to use one for practice yet. Sometimes I do have to perform my part, which mostly means standing still in my costume, but sometimes having to move around. I'm not totally sure why they don't just use fake trees, but it's okay. Although I wasn't exactly looking forward to being a part of this at first, the more time I spend at rehearsals, the more fun I have. Even though I have to meet most of the cast every time, they're all pretty friendly and easy to get along with, and even I can see improvement that happens every week. Everyone is getting better, not just Lena and Cyrus. Occasionally, other people in the park will stop by to watch for a bit, and they always clap and cheer when we're done or when they leave. Overall, the play is a nice distraction from the worries of my everyday life. It's nice to have one thing that I don't have to stress about. There's still a long way to go, but I know that just means we'll improve even more before the real thing. Surprising even myself, I'm looking forward to showing everyone just how hard we've been working. That is true of really any like stage performance. Like, it's less like you look forward to having fun in the show, 100%. But like, there's a lot of work that goes into it. I feel like that's a huge part of what you like showing people. Is like we've spent so much time on this to make it as good as possible. Enjoy. Oh, that's it. It's late, and the moon is high in the sky when there's suddenly a knock at my window. I burst up from my spot on the floor where I'd been dozing. Silver? In the darkness, it takes a moment for me to discern the face behind the glass. When I do, it turns out to be the last person I'd expect. It's gonna be Silver. Yep. I pull the window open to where Silver is perched on the branch of a nearby tree. Ignoring my questions, like always, Silver stands up. I catch the corner of a cocky smile before she leaps from the branch, plummeting towards the ground below. Clutching the windowsill, I jam my head out the window, expecting to see her crumpled on the grass. Instead, I'm just in time to watch her nimbly land on her feet and transform before running off into the darkness behind the library. With no time to wait or even think about it, I follow after her. Of course, I take the stairs and go out the front door first. I transform right away and wrap around the building, expecting to have to chase after Silver, even though she came here. Instead, she hasn't gone far at all. Just beyond the edge of the yard, she stands in her human form and stares out at the city below us. Many windows are dark, but many are illuminated too. The streetlights and lamps stand lit, even when no one is, even with no one to use them. A warm yellow glow pushes away the darkness at the edges of town. Changing forms back as well, I walk over to stand beside her. Without looking at me, Silver extends an arm in front of her, as if reaching for the city. It's her wrist with the bracelet on it, and her bead shines in the dark like another street lamp. Unhooking my necklace, I hold it out alongside hers. The glow of my bead is about as bright as hers. Scoffing, Silver lowers her arm, and I put my necklace back on. I wait for her to start talking, instead of saying anything myself. I find myself doing this a lot with Aspen and Juliet as well, although here it's different. Not only was Silver the one who came to me, but anything I say would probably be ignored anyway. Sure enough, it isn't long before she twirls around to point a finger in my face. That's one more time than I usually get. I just nod, signaling for her to continue. Is she gonna actually be nice and, like, grateful or something? Okay, just to let you know, her voice is a bit quiet, so that's, again, not you guys, that is the game's audio leveling. Okay, interesting. So she can see physically emotions. Interesting. Okay. So I guess that's how she could always kind of give like you know, a read on things. I'm curious, what did she see when Aspen first encountered her? I'm curious about that now. She cuts herself off and scoffs. Or maybe it's her choking something back. To give her an out, I ask a question instead. Her eyes narrow, but with concentration, not irritation. As I stand there, I match her gaze. This is the first time we've really spoken normally, instead of her trying to pick a fight or hide from me. She's the first to look away, speaking to the ground. She nods. Yeah, other Gumiho are not immune, but less prominent to trigger the effects of other Gumiho. I want to know what that color means to her. I also want to know why she's choosing to just tell me this after dodging everything else I've ever asked her. I'm sure she wouldn't tell me if I tried. But there is something else that I do have to ask because I'm pretty sure I already know the answer. Staring at the ground, it takes a long time before Silver shakes her head. I don't think Silver's quite as old as I am, but she's still spent decades on her own, if not longer, just like me. In all that time, any chances I might have had to do something different or change something, I just let pass me by. I never had any idea what I might be missing. Beside me, Silver adjusts her masks and shifts her weight to her good leg. She's about to transform and probably run away. She had to have some reason for bringing me out here, right? Was she hoping that I'd be the one to extend a hand? I think she'd get along with Esben and Juliet once she had some time to warm up to them. If it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be having this conversation with her right now. Before she can change, I suddenly reach over and put my hand on Silver's shoulder. She stiffens and goes tense beneath my fingers, pulling away inconceivably fast. Facing me from a few meters away, I don't need to be able to read auras to detect the anger emanating from her. Damn it, that was dumb even for me. I held up my hands, trying to show that I won't do it again. Just what? Wanted to help her? Saying that would definitely make her hate me. Instead, I clamp my jaw shut before I can make things worse. For a moment, her face softens and she looks down. She dispels that by shaking her head. Within seconds, she is a fox, and then she's part of the night, vanished into the darkness. This time, I don't even think about chasing her. I would have gotten upset too if one of my friends had done that to me early on too, but I don't think she'll hold it against me, at least not any more than the rest of my existence. After all, I realized way too late, her coming here in the first place was already her reaching out, and if there's one thing I know for sure, it's that you can't rush these things. I don't yell, but I don't whisper either. I'm pretty sure that she's still close enough to be able to hear me. I've done about as much as I can. The rest is up to her. My eyes start to glaze over as I flip to a new check-in sheet, marking off the last few books in a small pile of returns. Work isn't any busier than usual, but I'm finding it hard to stay focused. Tucked in a corner nearby are the books and worksheets that I've used to learn how to read and write. I've gone through most of them by now, practicing each letter hundreds of times. Even reading, which used to seem mysterious and difficult, has gotten easier. I'm not as fast as Aspen or Juliet, of course, but at least I'm not limited to the kids section of the library anymore. I think back to my first time coming here, when I scoped the place out before trying to steal Cosette's painting. It was a dumb idea either way, but I could have never guessed how that one bad decision would affect the rest of my life. It was here in the library that I told Aspen and Juliet that I wanted to learn how to be a person. At the time, it seemed almost as impossible as learning to read. A lot of impossible things have happened to me in this place, though. Now, what's hard to imagine is not having the library. What it would be like to walk out the doors for a final time and never go back. It seems as unbelievable as all the other changes that have occurred in my life. That's why I can't stop thinking about it. I know it could happen. Looking back at the papers in front of me, I glanced through the list of names I've written there. Some are new, but others I recognize. Some people have been coming here longer than I have, while others have just visited for the first time. I wonder if I know them better than Juliet does. The library door opens, and I look up to see a familiar face. Aspen waves as she approaches the desk. There we go. I wanted music playing. So, trying to think. Right? That whole interaction between Miho and Silver. You get Silver explaining that she can read. Well, she can see emotions, right? I have to wonder if. I'm sure she probably saw shock on Aspen, and then maybe excitement. But then going over and seeing Juliet and Aspen, I have to almost wonder if there was worry there. And then obviously concern with the bird showing up. Maybe a bit of confusion. But like, really sitting down and kind of like thinking about that whole interaction, like why mention it? Why say it now? Right? Like, we've obviously had enough time to set up that she's very distrusting. And for good reason, too. And then there was a level of concern with the bird. And from there, it's the kind of thing where Silver was able to see that they were being genuine, maybe? Through all of that. But then from there, like, why mention it? That is what I'm confused about. Like, obviously Miho said that it was, like, her reaching out in that sort of sense, but, like, let's be honest. Obviously, Silver doesn't want to directly say, hey, I want what you have. Because that's just not how she works. But why? Why that, of all things? Yeah. Yeah, right, that kind of hit me as well. Cause like I have to half wonder if that means that she saw something with Juliet and Aspen that concerns her. I guess. I have to wonder if there's some level of yeah. I'm kind of wondering that myself. Cuz that felt like such a weird line. That felt like such an odd time to mention it. I could see it be one of a few things. It could be jealousy from Aspen about the whole Miho and Juliet thing. I could see kind of longing and um uncertainty with Juliet about Juliet and Miho. I could really see that. But that is also the sort of thing where like those aren't necessarily going to be betrayal. Concerns me too. Yeah, that one concerns me. But that one is like that one's its own thing, right? Because like obviously Ezekiel being the other vampire obviously is trying to get Juliet to go back to the underworld. I have to half wonder if he wants her, right? And is trying to get her away from I I don't know whether he's trying to manipulate her or if he actually has reasons because we haven't heard any of the actual reasons. We don't know why Ezekiel wants Juliet to go down. Right? And so there's kind of that. At the same time, we have Aspen who might be going with book publishing. I don't know. It feels like everything is lining up too well to go wrong. Right? It feels like Silver is alluding to being a betrayal happening. There's they're alluding to something with Ezekiel and Juliet happening. And then the fact that Aspen isn't around as much, it almost feels like they're trying to warn Miho that like something is going to happen and it's going to turn out bad. It's like it's like a subconscious kind of like feeling of something's going to go wrong. Along with the bead cracking. I feel like we're like rolling over that too quickly. The bead cracking is a huge thing that's going to cause a massive rift. We don't know what happens when Miho becomes a Cheongho. We don't know what happens then. So I almost feel like we're going to be caught between like Miho is going to have to make a lot of decisions here on who to trust, what she's willing to leave behind, and maybe even leaving everything behind and doing something completely different. I feel like we're going to be caught in that kind of section of like everything is going to fall apart in some way. I feel like we're leading to that. But at the same time, I also feel like there are a lot of decisions that have to be made by Miho, and things could go really well as well. She could have Silver, like, kind of stick around as a friend. Aspen and Juliet and all of them could be still in the library. But this all ends up depending on how Miho handles these situations. And I feel like everyone is kind of trying to get Miho to lean in every direction. Because Juliet's trying to get Miho to go with her. Silver is trying to convince Miho that something is wrong. And Aspen isn't around as much. But like, it seems like everyone's trying to get Miho to go a different direction, and any one of those options isn't great. But if Miho does things right, every option could work. It's weird, and I feel like they're setting up a huge decision here. But, you know. Aspen waves as she approaches the desk. She wasn't here for breakfast, so this is the first time I've seen her today. In fact, I was going to have to call her soon just to check in. Oh yeah, and then her being offered the like manager position at a new spot. Forgot about that. Yep, there it is. Okay. That one has an answer. Yeah, I feel like she's starting to lean into that a bit much. I feel like she's going to like have kind of this jealousy surrounding how it's going. She raises her eyebrows. Aspen still doesn't know about Juliet potentially leaving or how that's been on both our minds. And I promised Juliet I wouldn't tell her about it either. Honestly, Miho should just say I've never done this sort of thing before, so I don't know how it's supposed to be going. Say that. Seeing me struggle for how to answer, Aspen's face softens a bit. Oh boy, what are we getting here? Leaving the library papers on the desk, the two of us go back and sit down at the table. More specifically, it's hard to say without breaking my promise, but also it's more than just the uncertainty that's been bugging me. That one's easy, at least. Hello, Swizzle. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well today. Hespen pushes her glasses up with one finger, wrinkling her nose like she's studying something. Fun fact, this is something that's prevalent in communications as well. We learned in any sort of relationship, be it platonic or romantic or whatever, there are three key balances that you need to keep to have a good relationship. And one of them is kind of what's at play here. The ability to both keep things the same and the ability to do things differently. So essentially, being able to explore new avenues of togetherness, but also being able to still do the stuff you were doing before. I forget what the exact term for it is, but Like, that's a big thing, and this is kind of leaning very heavily towards one side, and that's causing issues. Something in Aspen's words does ring true. I really do like what I have with Juliet, but sometimes it feels like we're just friends. Yeah, that's a weird sentiment to always think about. Like, you know, but you're not aware that you know. Like, how. Like, how is that helpful? I'm just saying, like, it doesn't make sense because, like, it's like saying, well, you know, but you don't know that you know, and it's like you know, but you don't know. It's such a weird sentiment. I don't get it. Communicate. Although I don't want to admit it, what Aspen's saying feels right. Bringing all this up with Juliet sounds difficult, especially when I'm trying to make her not want to go. I worry that if I tell her everything I'm thinking, it might just make her decide to leave. But I can't deny that, one way or another, something has to change. That's always the most difficult thing. You don't want to mess things up, so you don't want to you don't want to bring something up because you don't want to cause issues, but at the same time, if you don't bring it up, it's going to cause issues anyway. And that's one of the things that a lot of people struggle with. With our conversation finished, Aspen sets up her writing stuff in the kitchen since the main room is too crowded, and brews herself a pot of coffee. I go back to my seat at the front to think about what she said. One thing Aspen is definitely right about is that the notion of leaving doesn't change our other problems. Honestly, it's a relief to hear her think of them as problems too. I've been afraid of doing the wrong thing so much that it's kept me from trying to do the right thing. Juliet and I will talk about heavy stuff and then split up to think about it on our own. Then, when we do spend time together again, neither of us bring it up. I've been that way because I don't want to bring down the mood, I don't want to bring the mood down or spoil what could be good times, but it's not like that's kept us from feeling bad. Maybe it would be better to just get it over with, painful or not. Maybe it would help us both make up our minds too. Even if the conclusions we come to are the ones I'm afraid of, it's not like delaying them will make them any less real. Hiding from the truth doesn't make it untrue. Taking a deep breath, I steel myself for the conversation I know I'll have to have later, and start thinking about what it is I want to say. Yep, that is exactly kind of what I was saying. Like, I feel like both of them want the same thing, but neither one of them wants to be the one to make the decision on, like, staying or going, because I feel like Juliet wants to stay, but doesn't, like, I'm sure she wants to stay, but at the same time, she doesn't want to have to be the one to make that decision. She wants someone else to tell her to stay. But at the same time, Miho doesn't want to be the one to tell her to stay. She wants to make sure that Juliet wants to stay. So, despite all the worries that I have in my everyday life right now, fishing with Mr. Kim always offers a nice break from them. When I first started, I thought that all the standing around was boring. Now I appreciate the downtime that it gives me. It's just involved enough that I can't totally space out and get lost in my thoughts, but also passive enough that I can relax and not work too hard. Sometimes I catch a lot of fish, and sometimes I catch nothing, but either way, I enjoy myself. Carrying the fishing rod Mr. Kim gave me to and from the waterfront has become a nice part of my routine. It feels like it helps me keep my mind set on what I'm doing. Plus, the fact that he gave me something so important means that I have to put it to good use. When he's not helping the others, Mr. Kim sometimes fishes with me. He shows me all kinds of different bait and tackle, and teaches me some of the different species, too. The more time I spend learning, the more I understand what he meant when he told me he tries to get to know the fish and the sea. There's still more than a month before the king is supposed to be in our area, so there's plenty of time for me to get acquainted, too. I don't know if it'll make a difference or not, but it definitely can't hurt. Aside from that, there isn't a whole lot that I can do to prepare. I'll just have to hope that my patience pays off. Even just getting to see the king would be enough for me. If anyone's going to catch him, it should be Mr. Kim, since he's been trying for so many years. I don't know how many other people will be out hunting for him too, but Mr. Kim says it'll be a lot. Either way, I can't wait for December to roll around when we'll finally get our chance to land him. Alright, here we go. Big conversation time. This is going to be a deep kind of conversation, so yes. After spending some time outside, I get back to the library in the early evening and start closing up for the night. The last few patrons around say goodbye as they trickle past me out the door, and I give absent-minded responses as they go. Aspen must have left some time while I was out. Stacking and shelving books gives me something to occupy my hands, but my thoughts are running wild. I keep an ear open for the sounds of Juliet waking up, running water, shutting doors, or even her voice coming down the hallway. I've spent all day thinking about Aspen's words and what I want to say to Juliet, but my feelings are still a mess. Regardless, I plan to talk to her tonight. Every other day that I put it off is just another day that I'll feel like this. Aspen said I shouldn't be afraid of talking to Juliet, but in this case, it's hard not to be nervous. After all, this conversation could change our entire relationship, for better or worse. That means my entire life could change too. I should be used to potentially life-changing moments by now, but my heart is still racing. All I can do is trust in myself and in Juliet. Doing those two things have gotten me this far. I just have to speak from my heart and hope that she understands. In a weird way, I'm kind of glad that it feels like there's no eh. In a weird way, I'm kind of glad that it feels like there's so much on the line here. No matter what happens, I hope I can have some closure soon. The last library guest eventually leaves, and I finish everything that needs doing. After pointlessly adjusting the chairs and straightening out some papers for the 100th time, I go to the kitchen and make myself a cup of tea. I found myself drinking more tea over the past few weeks. I still don't like the taste on its own, but with enough sugar I can tolerate it. Making tea is kind of soothing too. Heating up the water, scooping the leaves, watching it steep. I imagine that's why Juliet drinks it, even as a vampire. I'd sit at the table and sip my drink, unable to do much besides that. I consider going and watching TV, but I know I wouldn't be able to pay attention, so instead, I'd sit and wait. After what seems like forever, I finally hear sounds from upstairs. I force myself to wait a little bit longer and give Juliet some time to properly wake up. Wiping my palms on my legs, I count the seconds away. When it feels like it's been long enough, I stand up. Before I go upstairs, I refill my mug and prepare a cup of tea for Juliet as well. Again, the simple process helps me focus on something else for a moment and clear my mind. Once both cups are ready, I take them and go upstairs. I pause outside Juliet's study, listening for just a second to make sure I'm not interrupting anything. I don't hear anyone else with her, so I knock. I step inside. I pass her one of the mugs, which she accepts with a smile. I just nod, taking a seat without being offered. Juliet stiffens, probably at my words as well as my actions. This is the only way I can do it, though. It's this or freak out. There's a little shake in her voice, too, that makes me feel a bit better, somehow. She doesn't say anything else. Yeah, the shake in her voice probably helped calm Miho a bit, because Miho was just a ball of nerves. And seeing that Juliet is also nervous kind of relaxed the fact that she was nervous about being nervous. Juliet pulls her chair out from behind the desk and sits down close to me, but not touching me. It's not too different from a couple weeks ago when we sat here and she told me about the underworld and asked me to go with her. I wonder if she has an idea of what I want to talk about. I would be surprised if not. Yeah, nervousception. Because that is something that happens. Like, you get so nervous about talking to someone, like about a serious topic, and you don't know if the nerves are justified. So you get more nervous about the fact that you're nervous about it. And so it's the sort of thing where seeing that the other person is also nervous about a serious discussion can kind of calm the nerves that are about the nerves and kind of help smooth things over. Which is also why sometimes, at least on my end, like, serious talks get me incredibly nervous. To the point where once the nerves of the nervousness kind of dissipate, I completely lose track of what I was planning on saying. Because that nervousness about being nervous is what helps you kind of create that, like, airtight conversation in your head. And so I'll lose that airtight conversation and just kind of be winging it in serious conversations like that. You know? To give myself one last second of preparation, I take a long drink of the tea, centering myself around the warmth and the aroma. Then I set the mug down on the desk. I force myself to make eye contact with her, even as my mind wants to look away. Juliet's eyes widen, and I see her swallow, but she doesn't say anything. She just waits for me to continue. Still silent, Juliet is so motionless as she listens that she could almost pass for a doll. I take a deep breath, looking away from her face. Whoo. I was not expecting that abruptness. My throat contracts as I ask, barely able to whisper. I take a sip of tea to steady myself. Juliet whispers too, also sounding strained. Her hand twitches like she's going to reach for me, but stops herself. This time, my words sound more like a gasp. I can feel the imminent pressure of tears, and it's all I can do to stop myself to keep myself from crying. Two tears roll down my cheeks as I look into her eyes again, seeing them sparkle as well. Somehow, I manage to stifle my tears and keep from breaking down entirely. I breathe out deeply, letting my words linger in the air between us. I feel strangely serene, the tempest of anxiety that's buffeted me all day getting calmer. I've said what was on my mind, and so now there's no taking it back. No matter what happens now, no matter what Juliet says, at least I was honest. Next to me, Juliet buries her face in her hands. Her shoulders shake, and I can hear her trying her best, trying to get herself under control. It feels weird for us to be in these positions. Usually it's the other way around. I slide to the floor and scoot closer, wrapping my arms around her and putting my head against Juliet's side. It's an awkward position and not very comfortable, but it's all I can manage right now. Even while she continues to cry, I feel her place one hand on top of my head, stroking my hair gently as she vents her feelings. I focus on that sensation and the rise and fall of her chest with every breath, while I wait for her to be able to respond. She let me say my piece uninterrupted, and I want to do the same for her. Slowly, Juliet regains her composure and finally wipes her face with one sleeve. I lean back and sit up, though I'd stay on the floor close to her. It's not the first time I've seen Juliet cry, but I've never seen her look like this before. Now she's a mess. I reach up and take one of her hands, wet with tears. Juliet stands, and I stand with her. Like when we danced, and several other times after that, we face each other just a few inches apart. Oh, the voice acting is so well done. Ooh, deep conversations. Oh, this is oh, oh, that is a deep cut. Ouch. Oh, that line. Oh, that sucks. Ugh. That. Oh, that line hurts. That line really hurts. I can't wait any longer. I pull Juliet toward me, taking her by surprise. She stumbles, but I catch her, wrapping my arms around her again. I hold her tightly as I can, and I'll never let her go. Juliet's lips find mine, and we kiss like it's the first time. In a way, maybe it is. I know things can't be fixed with just one conversation. It's the start, not the end. But it's the start of something exciting, just like when we first shared our feelings with each other. Whatever awaits us in the future, whether it's good or bad or somewhere in between, I'm looking forward to facing it, as long as it's with Juliet. Juliet eventually ends our kiss, but only moves far enough away to look down at me lovingly. Her face is still streaked with tears, and her hair is a disheveled mess. But somehow, I don't think she's ever looked more beautiful to me. I can't help but smile in response. I don't doubt her words at all. Ah. that yeah, that's definitely a very deep cut conversation. And I think those feelings from Juliet I think those feelings from Juliet are what Silver was seeing. That kind of unsure nature, like she was hiding something, um, kind of not wanting to commit, sort of thing. Just came on here because I noticed you were streaming. Now I'm trying not to cry. Yeah, no, this is one of those deep cut games. This is not one of those games that you can just watch for the haha funnies. This is a very emotionally triggering game. That's not the right way to put it. Emotionally triggering is not the right way to put it. This is a very emotionally complex game. When Juliet and I finally said our goodbyes for the night and I went to sleep, it was with a much lighter heart than the past few days. Before we split up, I asked her to show me how we get to the nature preserve where her friend took the bird, and she walked me through how to reach the shuttle that will take me there. I need something to pass the time before she wakes up, and I want to see how the bird is doing, so it seemed like the perfect time to visit. In the morning, after I get up and out of bed, I have a quick breakfast of my own, since I slept in. Then, once I'm ready, I make the short walk to the stop where I can get on the shuttle and ride it the rest of the way there. The driver takes us in the direction of the Bell House and Aspen's apartment. I've walked down these roads so many times that it feels strange to see them rush by out the windows like I'm fast forwarding through a TV show. At some point, we make a turn that I've never taken before, and soon we're going through areas that are new to me. I watch them go by, not paying enough attention to commit them to memory. Eventually, I stop and disembark. As I get my first whiff of the clean air, I understand why it's preserve. As far as I can see, the land is covered in forest. Not just trees, but a forest. Grown so thick that it looks like a solid wall of green. The only exception is a river that winds through the hills, where the water is crystal clear and still. The nearby botanic gardens were lovely, but this is something else. This is something more. Oh, why do you have to give me so many decisions? I have a lot of saves just sitting here. Save that there, I guess. Um, I think I'll put I'm glad to have settled down now. Because thinking about it from Miho's point of view, like, you survive in an ever-changing world, right? You're just there surviving, you're going from place to place. Like, you finally have some place that feels comfortable and feels like, well, a home, and not just a place you're staying. I feel like I'd be glad to have settled down. I feel like both of these are relevant. I feel like I should be able to click both of these at the same time. Like, glad to have settled down, but also missing traveling and seeing new places at the same time. But I feel like the I'm glad to have settled down now is probably more prominent. It reminds me of my days in the wild, running free. Although those were good times, I prefer the simplicity and security of my daily life that I've established. I quietly pay for my ticket and then hurry out as fast as I can. I see why Juliet said they wouldn't be able to help me find my bird. There are a ton of places it could be, but that doesn't mean I can't try. Maybe if I found the person who took the bird in, they'd know what happened to it. I might have better luck just looking for it myself, though. It's a big place, I decide, so too big for me to try to explore on my own. I should look for Juliet's friend, Amaya. I should have asked Juliet how to contact her before I left. I'm sure Juliet's asleep by now, and I don't want to disturb her. Besides, it's not like I'm in a hurry. Taking my time, I try to see as much as I can. It's not crowded, but the preserve is just far from empty, too. There are just as many fabled as there are humans. Some I recognize, like a faun and a dryad. I wonder if the trees make any of them feel like I do, if any of them have a story like I do, come from someplace far away like I do. There are kids, too, human kids with their teachers, being led around by tour guides. Lots of them look excited to be here. I hope maybe they can learn to love it as well. I ask some of the guides or instructors if they know who or and where Amaya is. Some of them have no idea what I'm talking about. Some know her, but not her location. Finally, I find someone who's able to point me in the right direction. I end up back near where I started, near the edge of the river. Sure enough, the lady from before is there, talking with another guest. I wait until they finish their conversation before I approach. Oh, no, that's sad. It's dead. I hadn't even thought about that possibility. This whole time, I just assumed it'd be alive, that it had gotten better. Naturally, she doesn't remember me being there. She sounds so casual about it. I guess she's probably experienced this a lot. Meanwhile, I don't know what to say. I just stand there surprised. It was just a bird, sure, but that's still something. For the bird, it was everything. Amaya starts to walk away, but before she can leave, there's something I want to know. Something I've never given much thought to before, but that my recent time with Silver has made me wonder about. What? That's such a weird thing to just randomly ask. Like, I get where the question is coming from. Like, what was the point of asking? Like, what was the point in trying to save the bird if it was always meant to die? Right? Like, I get that that's what's causing this thought process, but, like, that's such a weird question to just ask the random lady at the preserve. Right? Like, let's be completely honest here. You just asked if you could see a bird that didn't make it, and then just randomly asked, do you believe in fate? Like, I don't know. I don't know how they're gonna take it. That feels weird. But I guess, yeah, the whole thing with Silver, like, Silver did mention, well, he's just gonna die anyway, so why not put him out of his misery, sort of thing. So that kind of idea of fate has kind of, I guess the idea of fate has always kind of been present in this game. Like, at this point where Miho could become a Kyungho, assuming I'm pronouncing that right and using the right word. Um, like, there's that. There's the whole thing of, like, was she fated to meet Juliet and Aspen? Did, like, kind of the conversations with Silver become fated and, like, were always meant to happen? Like, a lot of that sort of stuff, I don't know. This game really does have a lot of quote unquote fate presence, I guess. So. She stares at me in mild shock. It's a weird thing to ask, I know, but I hold her gaze and don't back down. Looking past me at the water, she takes a deep breath and lets it out slowly. Yeah, that is a good kind of point. I think this is exactly what Miho needs to hear. Like, when you're making a choice, you have a choice in front of you, right? Even if fate exists, your choice you'll always be fated to make. But it's still your choice. And if something is pushing you to one choice or the other, then does it really matter, right? Because you're still making the choice. You're going to make one choice one way or another either way. So the question of whether you're fated to make that choice doesn't matter. Because you have to still make the choice. Interesting take on it. I will say that much. That is a very interesting take on it. I like that. Once again, she starts to walk away, and this time I don't stop her. Instead, I walk out to the nearby gazebo and sit down, surrounded by quiet water. Even though her reasoning was totally different, I can't help but think about how Amaya pretty much said the same thing Silver did. It was just a bird, and that's just life. Silver, who wanted to let it die, and Amaya, who tried to help it live. I wonder how Silver would feel if she heard the news. I'm sure she'd pretend not to care, but she did follow me all the way back to the library just to see. On the other hand, Amaya didn't seem all that upset. I could tell she didn't know why it mattered to me. Like always, it's hard for me to answer that question myself. I know how nature works as well as either of them. I know better than to expect it to care. That doesn't mean I can't, though. Even if no one else sees it, that bird was still alive as we were. As alive as we were. Maybe it didn't read books or drink coffee or watch TV, but it still existed. It ate and flew and sang. The forest on Mount Victoria will be a little more quiet from now on, even if nobody notices. I wouldn't be able to tell the difference myself, I know. It's not like that bird and I were friends. Still, whenever I go back, I'll think about it, and think about the tree that used to be its home, the nest that it'll never return to. Sighing, I stand up and start walking again. Despite how it turned out, I'm still glad I came to this place. Still glad it exists. It might not be perfect, but it's doing the best it can. I spend a few hours wandering around the preserve and never run out of things to see. There are birds, lizards, and all kinds of other creatures, plus a forest that reminds me of Korea. The calm beauty of it helps me feel better after hearing about the bird. At least it got to spend its last few days in a place as gorgeous as this. After a while, I leave the park and wait for a shuttle to take me back where I came from, and then walk the rest of the way to the library. Once I'm home, I spend the rest of my day napping and watching TV while I wait for Juliet to wake up. That night, I'm dozing in my room, drifting in and out of sleep, when there's a knock at my door. 3 knocks, like always. The door swings open and Juliet stands there. I leap to my feet, sleepiness disappearing in an instant. She welcomes me into her arms with a hug and a kiss. I'm sure last night's conversation is still front and center in her mind. The two of us go downstairs, and Juliet starts preparing tea, setting a mug at both our tea. Words. The two of us go downstairs, and Juliet starts preparing tea, setting a mug at both our spots on the table. With a smile, Juliet pours us both some tea and sits down. I dump sugar into mine while she leaves hers untouched. It's not Halloween tomorrow, just to let you know. But we're still quite a ways off from that. I reach across the table, offering my hand, which Juliet takes. Some human traditions and rituals seem foreign to me, and not something I'd think about doing myself. That was true for plenty of other things that I now take for granted, though, like holding hands or drinking tea. Once we've both drained our cups, we head out into the night together, beginning the walk to the cemetery. Along the way, Juliet guides us to a patch of wildflowers, where she picks some to leave for Juliet or for Cosette. Who my reading is dying. The ones she chooses have white petals and purple ones. I pick a handful that are dark blue. They remind me of the clothes Youngin was wearing when I first met them. Like usual, we're practically the only ones out this late. We pass by houses with the lights off and the curtains drawn, and shops that are too dark to see into. I used to be more comfortable in the nighttime, where I felt invisible and secure, although I don't feel the need to be hidden just to be safe anymore. I still enjoy the quiet calmness it provides, sort of like the nature preserve earlier. We reach the cemetery and Juliet leads the way down several trails and through the trees. I remember which grave is Cosette's, even though it doesn't look much different from the others. Juliet and I both come to a stop at the same time, pausing in front of the simple memorial. She stoops down and wipes some dust away from the nameplate and leaves the bundle of flowers that she chose. They're wrapped with a smaller ribbon that she brought with her and held in place by a small rock. Then she steps back to stand beside me. I don't say anything, but silently take her hand again. She squeezes it tightly. The last time we were here, I ran away as the reality of death and human mortality hit me. Now, knowing what I do and having accepted it, I can appreciate Juliet's loss so much more. So much love and so much for life are buried just a few feet beneath us, with only a small stone to represent it all. Juliet clears her throat and, still facing Cosette's grave, begins to speak. Oh. Wow, okay, this is a weird sort of. Not weird. That's a bad way to put it. Like, I didn't really think about that much. Like, Miho existing is kind of like a testament to what Juliet's been trying to build, and then some. I didn't even think about that. Finally, Juliet faces me. Just like last night, just like in the library, just like so many other times before. I gently take both of Juliet's hands and guide them to my heart, holding them against me. I can feel every beat and know that she can too. I turn to look at Cosette's grave beside us. It would be fair to say she's changed my life too, indirectly. Juliet also studies the moonlit grave. I wonder if she's picturing Cosette the person, or if she's seeing the stone for what it is. After a long time, she nods. Yay! I have no clue if that was altered by my decision of I want to see new places or I'm glad I settled down. I have no clue if if it was uh because I made that decision there. But either way, we get to stay in Wellington. Relief washes over me like a wave. I was prepared to go with her if that was what she really wanted, but I'd much rather stay here for a while longer. After tonight, it feels like I can finally relax without worry following me around. Juliet and I are both still together, and we're not going anywhere. Whatever happens next, I'm sure we'll be able to handle it, because we have each other. I let go of Juliet so that I can step forward and place the flowers that I brought for Jiang Yin on the on the ground beside Cosette's grave. They're a little bit smooshed, but I'm sure that's alright. I don't think they'd mind. Almost immediately, a light breeze picks up, scattering the bundle lightly to the winds. I think that's alright too. I'll never forget about Jiang Yin either. No matter how far I go and how many people I meet, they'll always be special to me. They set me on my own path, the one that I'd walked for decades. If I could somehow tell them about everything I've seen and done since then, and about the new adventures that I'm sure to have with Juliet, I think they'd be just as excited for me as I am. I'm glad I never got to thank them properly, but just like Cosette and Juliet, I think that living my life to its fullest is the best way I could do that. Juliet and I stay quiet for a little bit longer, both reflecting on everything. Finally, she puts her arm around me and gestures with her hand to the direction that we came from. Juliet turns to give one last look at the grave. The flowers she placed shake in the breeze while mine are spread further and further. She smiles at me. I still want to know what is on the scroll that was given to her. I don't know if we ever answer that because we have not mentioned the scroll since we found out that since Miho found out that he was dead. So I am really curious if they're ever going to touch on what's written on the scroll. As the day winds down and starts to get darker, a light breeze starts to pick up. Not enough to be cold, but enough to make me glad I have my jacket. Aspen, Juliet, and I sit out on the front porch with the lights on, watching the road. I unwrap another piece and stuff it into my mouth, shoving the wrapper into my pocket with a bunch of the others. Oh, man. It's hard to talk with my mouth full of chocolate and caramel. Sure enough, a group of 3 kids appears at the bottom of the hill and start making their way up towards us. I stand up, the giant bowl in my hands. One of the kids has a white sheet draped over them with big holes cut out for the eyes. The other 2 are dressed like characters I've seen on TV. British. Because of where this game was made. Let me quickly let me double check where the studio is based. Who are you? Yeah, I think. Oh, interesting. So, Studio Elan, which is the studio that made this game, just recently released a new game, it seems. So, I may look into that. Oh. Fun fact, all of their games are the same sort of way. It's all lesbian. Oh, that's great. Anyway, um oh, they're gonna be at Off-Kai Expo. Hmm. Okay, yeah, I'm not seeing anything specifically, but I honestly feel like the people who made this game are British. So that would be why, you know. um anyway, I'm not going to be too worried about that right now. Um there we go. Anyway, let's continue. The 3 of them hold out open pillowcases, and I toss a handful of candy into each one. The one with the big eyes goes even more wide-eyed. Aspen swats at me gently. The 3 kids hurry off, probably afraid that I really was going to reach in and reclaim some of the candy. I sit back down. Yeah, no, that's yeah. I grab another piece for myself and munch on it. If you're gonna give them a bunch of candy, you can't be eating it all for yourself. Aspen reaches over and picks out a couple candies for herself, too. It isn't long before the next batch of kids shows up with another close behind them. The second group has some parents accompanying them. It gets later and later, but more kids start arriving rather than less. I hand out candy until my arm gets tired, then Aspen takes over. More than once, Juliet has to go inside and get more bags of candy to refill the bowl. Even my first day of work, when Aspen helped me run the desk, felt less busy than this evening does. But also, it's a lot of fun. Many of the kids have creative costumes, and I even recognize some of the characters they're dressed as. The less creative costumes are still cute too, and it's nice seeing so many happy smiles as they all walk away. It's not until the moon is high in the sky that the trick-or-treaters stop showing up. We can still hear the occasional whoop or shout from the streets nearby, but no one else comes up the path. The big bowl of candy is nearly empty, with less than a full layer left left behind. A bunch of empty bags fill one of the recycling bins. In the end, we managed to go through all of the candy Juliet bought. Yeah, because you probably ate half of it. After about 10 minutes without any more kids, we finally get up from the porch. Alright, who's going to attack the bowl first? Laughing, the three of us clean everything up and finally head back inside the library. I barely register her words. Something is wrong, but I don't know what. As soon as I walk through the front door, I can tell, but I can't place what it is. Both of them stop walking, watching me with concern. Finally, it hits me. It doesn't take me long to spot the source. One of the windows near the shelves, not far from Aspen's usual table, is wide open. The curtains flutter with the breeze. The two of them follow my line of sight. Silver snuck in. The three of us look around, inspecting the shelves, front desk, and everything in between. If something's gone, it's not immediately visible. Something still doesn't sit right with me. The other two follow behind me. Juliet goes to check her office, but it appears untouched. Aspen waits at the top of the stairs watching. Meanwhile, I go to my room. Yep, it's gonna be Silver waiting in her room. Grabbing the handle, I push the door open and turn on the lights. I can hardly believe what I see. My window is open too. My bed sheets and pillows are strewn across the floor like someone climbed across the bed. A few other possessions I have are also scattered around the room as if a tornado had blown through. I can hear them both hurrying my way as I remain frozen in the doorway. Behind me, Aspen gasps as she gets a glimpse of my room. I have a feeling I already know the answer to one of those questions, but not the other. Stepping inside, I mechanically pick up my things and put them back where they belong. Everything's here except for Ah, why didn't you keep that with you? I had literally just mentioned to that the scroll just kind of was glossed over at any given point. I literally just said that. Why do I talk? Why do I talk? Like, I literally just mentioned the scroll being kind of glossed over by the story, just for it to show up in this way. That little piece of paper, the only belonging that I really care about, is nowhere to be seen. I check under my bed and in every nook and cranny just to be sure, but it's gone. The fact is all the confirmation I need. I push my way past Aspen and Juliet's shocked faces and dash back downstairs. Both Aspen and Juliet shout after me as I barrel out of the library, but I ignore them both. The instant I'm running outside, I transform and keep running. There's no question or doubt as to who took my scroll. The question is why. As angry as I could be, I force myself to stamp that feeling down, at least until I know Silver's reasons. The path to Mount Victoria is more crowded than I've ever seen it. Both the roads and sidewalks are full of people, mostly parents with their kids. Some of them point or cheer as I run past, but I don't give them a second thought. None of them try to stop me or get in my way. By the time I climb the mountain and reach Silver's part of the forest, it's dark. She isn't in any of her usual spots, but I can sense that she isn't far away. Racing through the darkness, I keep my nose near the ground to hot on her trail. Then suddenly, just like last time, I find her. She moves in the darkness, a patch of shadow that's a different color than the rest. Her bead glows as vibrant as ever, illuminating her wrist. It shines on the unfurled paper in her hand. Like always, she waits with her back to me. I keep my distance, but reach out my hand. She's just a few steps away. Tilting her head to look up at the starry sky. No, not the sky. The trees. I follow her gaze upwards before I realize something. I've been here before. I recognize this tree. It's the one the bird fell from. That makes me pause. Has she been wondering about it all this time? Is this her way of asking? She did follow me all the way home. I soften my voice, but know that I may as well be blunt. Her posture doesn't change, but by the subtle light of her bracelet, I can see her fingers clench the edge of my scroll more tightly. Silence. Gritting my teeth, I try and contain my growing frustration. Normally, I can tolerate her silence, but tonight, instead of just coming to talk like she knows I would, she steals my most beloved possession makes me chase her out here. Also, she can ignore me. More silence. Not even a breeze disturbs it. Finally, I've had enough. I step forward, snapping a branch between my shoes. Ooh, oh boy. That gets her attention. She looks at me over her shoulder, face hidden except for her eyes, and then faces me. Oh, this is actually insane. Like, I. Whew, I was not prepared for this conversation to come up this way. Like, I'll be completely honest. Like, when it came to knowing that Silver was the one who took the scroll, right? I was more expecting something along the lines of it being some, like, answer to, like, whatever. And I thought that's what Silver was trying to get at. Was the answer of how something works, how to fix something, something like that. I was not expecting this question. I was not expecting a question on, like, the whole concept of being alive, I guess. Like, it, when it actually comes down to it, like, the whole concept of if someone was in a worse state than someone who didn't make it, would you still try helping them? Like, that sentiment is not what I was expecting out of this. Let alone this concept of, like, this line right here, the one that Miho has right now. Who cares about living forever if you don't care about being alive? There are so many points being combined. It's so weird. I was not expecting everything to kind of culminate into this one plot point. I mean, I guess it makes sense. That's the whole concept of the game. But, like, I was not expecting it to just come full force like a hammer down onto the story. Like, this wasn't a quick and easy, like, oh, hey, here's a fun little message for you. No, this came in swinging. I was not expecting that. Although I don't say it, I can't help but think even talking like this is something relatively new for me. Unlike Silver, who talks more like Aspen's old books most of the time. Just goes to show that there are a lot of different paths our lives could have taken, but they both brought us here together. While Silver is thinking about what I said, her eyes suddenly go wide at the same time as I feel something warm on my neck. Holding my necklace where I can see it, both Silver and I just stare as my bead brightens before our eyes. The glow intensifies to the point that Silver has to shield her eyes and look away, although somehow it doesn't bother me. Oh, okay, so we're doing this now. So I watch as I I also watch as another eyelet. All right, Vala, take care. This will be up on YouTube later if you want to see how this turns out. Um, but yeah, holy shit, I was not expecting this to take as many turns as it has been. I also watch as another eyelash thin crack appears, and then another. Alright, Swizzle, you as well. Take care. For a moment, I half expect it to shatter, but it stops after the third crack, still holding itself together. The light from it also dims a little bit, but it's still brighter than it was. When I let go and it falls back against my neck, my bead feels heavier than normal too. Silver is able to look at me again, and though the shock has faded from her expression, her eyes still stay fixed on my bead. She laughs, but it's humorless. Shaking her head, she continues to stare at my necklace instead of my eyes. You can read it? Holding my scroll in front of her face the same way I held my necklace, her eyes glide across the characters. She can read it. I don't know what it means, but she can read it. Oh, duh, it's the name of the game. Her shocked face. Like, holy shit. I was expecting something along those lines. I wasn't expecting to just straight up be the name of the game. It's all I can do. It's all I can do to blink, to breathe, to stay standing upright as the world narrows to just the two of us, all awareness of anything else falling away from me. Confusion is just as plain on Silver's face at my reaction as I struggle to speak. After years of looking and trying to understand, and she can read it just like that? Silver, who says she cares nothing for people in their lives or culture? I'm not the only one stunned. The parchment falls from Silver's hand as she drops it in shock. It flutters to the ground and stays there, even as a budding breeze starts to blow. The shock changes into understanding, and then Silver laughs again. Really laughs, for the first time I've ever seen. Her usual dignified and threatening poise is gone as she laughs so hard that it echoes around the woods. Clutching her chest, it's all she can do to remain upright as she acts like she's heard the world's funniest joke. Still, just like earlier, I'm not sure there's any humor in it. Finally, with a groan, she retrieves my scroll and then straightens up, wiping her eyes. I shake my head. I reach out a hand again, taking a step forward, then another, and another. A step just in front of Silver. All she has to do is take the final step forward. I don't demand anything, just reach. She eyes my hand warily, like a stray dog trying to decide if it should trust someone. That's a brilliant line. Because this entire time, Silver has been comparing Miho to a pet dog. And right here, Silver is the one who is being compared to a dog. Not a pet dog, but a stray dog. I love that comparison. I hold my breath, waiting. With a rustle, she pushes the paper into my hand and then backs away, looking at the ground. I nod. Silver blushes, averting her eyes. Silver shakes her head and looks around, regaining a bit of her standoffish composure. This is about the time when she'd typically transform and run away. She hesitates, but then agrees. She walks towards me rather than away, comes to a stop right beside me. We both face in different directions. Slowly, she raises a hand and awkwardly pats me on the shoulder, just once. By the time I turn my head to look at her, all I can see is the disappearing gleam of silver fox fur as she blends into the night. I'm alone, but I don't feel alone. Looking at my scroll, there are a few creases from where Silver held onto it, but they don't mess up the writing or anything. It's just another record of what we've been through together. The breeze from before picks up, making the paper flutter in my grip, and I use two hands to hold it. Seeing without reading, I let my eyes wander over the familiar characters. It's funny. All this time spent not knowing what they said, just to find I've lived by them all along. Or at least, I've tried to. Happiness? That's a new one for me too, I think. Another abstract concept that didn't seem meant for me. But, like everything else, it got easier along the way. I roll my scroll back up and store it safely in my pocket. The woods are dark as I walk through them, but I'm not afraid. The shining light of my bead brightens the path leading my way back home. And there is the end of chapter 4. There's only half an hour left in stream. I don't know if I want to continue this. I don't want to start this chapter to then have to stop it halfway through and have something really short next time. So what I'm going to do is come back here. So, that's certainly something. Um, I'm not gonna lie, that game is very strong. I think that's the word I should use. It's a very strong game. You know, I went into it not thinking much of it. I went to the game originally because I liked the music, I knew about one of the voice actresses, and then just kind of base concept of what is happening to Miho, right? The fact that she gets forgotten and all that. That's all I went into it knowing. I didn't realize how much of like an emotion hammer this game would be. It's I don't know, it's not something that I really would ever think about on my own. I would definitely say that this is up there with one of the favorite stories that I've seen. Technically read, but you know. But like, I don't know. This it just feels good. You know? It's a story that it's not afraid to go for the throat. It's not afraid to kind of push boundaries of what stories could be. But at the same time, it still is within its comfort zone. It doesn't deviate too much from itself. Everything in the story is happening for one reason or another. Like, welcome back, Swizzle. Um, we finished up chapter 4. I'm not starting chapter 5 today because there's only like half an hour left in stream. Um, which means next week we'll likely finish. I won't say for certain, but it's likely. Given how everything is going, I feel like we're getting towards the end of the game. Um, but yeah. It's definitely Oh, so I have a tab over top of the game, but I can still hover over the text. Um, because the game is what I'm using for the background audio right now. Um, like, main menu stuff. Congratulations, Swizzle. You are officially the first one to stream. But yeah, no, I've read and seen a lot of stories. I write my own. This story is very strong. Not only from a writing stance, but from an emotional stance. Because, let's be honest, there's always kind of that hovering conflict of being forgotten, right? That's constantly there, kind of overlaying everything. That's the nature of the setting. But ultimately, that's not what the story is about. That is just that, the setting. It's the reasoning for why the characters are around in the first place. That's all it's for. The real conflicts here are the human emotions that are going through each of these characters. Those are the conflicts. Not this mysterious power. And I think that's what makes this game so good. Like, going into it, you expect the conflict to be, okay, how are they going to get through life by constantly being forgotten? How are they going to make meaningful connections, right? That's kind of the expectation going into it. But really quickly, that kind of gets pushed aside. Being like, hey, this is a thing you need to think about, but this is what we're focusing on, right? The only time where the actual forgetting thing became important was when Aspen forgot. When the bus, broke down. That's the only time the actual forgetful nature of it became an important plot point, apart from the start of the game where it was the plot point that all of a sudden they weren't forgotten. And that's the sort of thing where going into this final chapter, because this chapter is the final chapter, chapter 5, it's not explained how they're going to keep doing this. The best bet, my best guess is that once Miho is no longer Gumiho, once the bead breaks, whatever, I feel like that is going to be that kind of conflict resolution from the very start of the game, right? Not having to worry about being forgotten anymore. But ultimately, I don't think they need to do that. I think they can leave that unanswered. And I feel like it wouldn't make a difference in the story. You know? And it's the sort of thing where, like, let's be honest, right? The scroll was an unanswered question, but it wasn't an important question. At the start, that was a huge plot point that Miho wanted to figure out what was being said on the scroll. But just now we found it's really not important. What's written on the scroll is just the title. Please be happy. That's all it is. That's all that's written on the scroll. There's no, like, hidden secret to it. There's no location. There's no meaning in it. It's just a thing that's there. It was there to drive the plot at the beginning. It was there to give a reasoning to a character. We didn't need to figure out what was in it. The story, it wasn't necessary to know what was written on the scroll. It wasn't. Just straight up, it wasn't. Honestly, I see a world in which the story ends up with Miho never knowing what's on the scroll, but not caring. Leaving the scroll behind someplace. I could see a story in which that is what happens to the scroll, and we never find out what's written on it. And it would make sense. It would be, at that point, synonymous of Miho moving on into the next phase of her life, right? She's no longer searching for her person. She has her person. In this route, it's Juliet. I completely see a world in which case that is what happens. But I almost kind of like the fact that it's just please be happy. I almost like it more. Like, I feel like that synonymous nature is what a lot of stories would do. It'd be kind of symbolic of we're kind of leaving that behind. But I almost like the fact that, let's just say, the title, Please Be Happy, right? There's nothing to that. The title just being Please Be Happy is unimportant. The concept of Please Be Happy is almost, up until this point, it always felt like, that's just the wish of the characters throughout this. There's no reason for that to be the title over anything else, right? Because, let's face it, Miho wants Juliet and Aspen to be happy. Juliet and Aspen both want Miho to be happy. They all want each other to be happy, right? So that concept of please be happy feels like it's the characters talking to the other characters. Which, isn't that what this whole game is about? The connection between the different characters? But actually having that, it's been so obvious right from the start, right? The first thing you see is Jonghin. Jonghin. Right? That's the first thing you see in the game. The first thing you hear about is how Miho has a scroll that is really important to her, right? First thing. Like, it almost feels like that nature of Please Be Happy being so important to her, but she doesn't know it yet. And I feel like that's a stronger connection than just the scroll being tied to her past life, right? And this is getting into like kind of story beat elements, but like I really like that the title is as simple as it is. I really like that the scroll is as simple as it is. It's almost like it's meant to be kind of an explanation of, hey, this is something that is simple but means so much more than just a simple meaning, right? And that's what this whole game is. It's simple. It's a visual novel. You're not really making any choices, but throughout, you're making so many choices. Because, like, when you read a story, you think about how you want the characters to end up, you think about how you want the plot to end up. Like I've mentioned it before, I kind of felt like Miho wanted um Juliet to stay, and I felt like Juliet wanted to stay as well, but just needed someone to tell her to. I was wrong. I couldn't be more happy that I was wrong. But I made that decision to believe that was where the plot was going. And so it's that same sort of thing where, like, it's so simple. You're not making active decisions, but you are making a lot of decisions throughout. What you're paying attention to, what plots are important to you, and how you are viewing the story, right? And the story itself. Like, I have a feeling like it's going to. I have a feeling this last chapter is going to call out kind of the nature of the viewer, right? I feel like at the end of this game, there's going to be some sort of call out to the viewer to please be happy. I have a strong feeling about that, right? And that's one of those things where it's not having direct callouts in games is a very weird field because you don't want it to be so disconnected from the world that it becomes awkward. But you also don't want it to be so subtle that it's not understood, right? I feel like this game is going to do something like that. I feel like it's going to find a nice balance, and I feel like it's going to have that last call out. But that is not kind of my decision to make because it's theirs. It's the writers. They're the one who decides the plot. I will say, I personally am planning on going through and getting all the different routes. However, I will only be doing the one route on stream. So, I feel like. Actually, hold on. Let me open up. I'm gonna see how much their other games are on Steam. There's currently a demo out for the newest release called Summer at the Edge of the Universe. Um, the one before that looks like it is called Twofold. Looks like all of their games are about $15-$20. What is this? It's a free prelude, it's saying. But I'm not seeing a... Ah, the game's been canceled. Okay, that sucks. Yeah, I'm gonna look more into their just general stuff. Because I am really enjoying this. So, if you guys want me to play more visual novels or something, let me know. Um, I can't say it'll be too, like, I won't say it'll be too prevalent because I will just say right now it is very exhausting on my voice. Um, so I don't want to do it too often, but I am more than willing to do this again. um, but kind of for the last 10 minutes, I'm going to talk about current schedule for next week. Um, Monday, I will be doing Splatoon. I will be doing Splatoon 3. I will be doing more side order. Right? Trying to climb the tower for the 8th, 9th time, roughly. Well, with the 8th or 9th weapon. Because I'm currently on 7, and I'm planning on trying to finish that this weekend, the 7th. I may end up doing an 8th as well. I don't know yet. But I'm getting close to the end of that. I'm about 2/3 of the way done. Um, Tuesday, more reaction content like usual, and then depending, possibly going and doing some more Splatoon or um just kind of like marbles or Jackbox or something along those lines. Um then Wednesday and Thursday will be the Magalore epilogue of Return to Dreamland Deluxe. And then Friday we will hopefully be finishing this game. Um but that is next week's schedule. I am going to try and make an actual asset for my schedule and be posting it. I'm going to try. um but yeah, after that, um so Splatoon, keep doing that on Mondays until I finish the DLC. Um After Return to Dreamland, we have Triple Deluxe, which is a game that I have fond memories of. So, looking forward to that. After this game, though, on Fridays, I need to decide what I want to be doing next. I kind of want to play a Pokemon game. So the question there is, and this is a few weeks down the line, not quite like decided yet, and we still have quite a ways to work through because we're not done with this game yet. Um, the few that I have in mind, I have 3, right? Pokemon Infinite Fusion, Pokemon Puffy Pink, which is a Kirby version, like a Pokemon but it's Kirby, and just plain old Pokemon X. Because when they announced Pokemon ZA, the Legends game for Kalos, um, I want to replay X before that game comes out. But before that game comes out, I have all year. It comes out 2025. So that is not necessary for the next game I play. But it wouldn't be a bad idea to play it sooner rather than later so I have the time to work through it. But apart from those three, I don't really have any others in mind for the next game to play. Um, but yeah, this has been a lot of fun. Please be happy. It was one of those games where I played it on a whim, right? Uh, I got it a while back, started playing it, kind of dropped it eventually because, you know, visual novels aren't necessarily something that I tend to spend a lot of time doing because it is just a lot of active reading and listening and story stuff, and it's not really active, right? I would rather play stuff like Splatoon in that time because that's allowing me to actively be doing stuff. I'm having fun playing. But Valentine's Day came around, and I'm like, I kind of want to play some sort of game that relates to relationships or whatever. I ended up playing this game because it was in my library and I hadn't played it in a while, and I hadn't played all the way through. Um, got to the end of that stream, and it seemed like people were excited to see where the story went, and I'm glad that people were because I am really enjoying playing it and hearing the story. But I it's weird because a lot of these on a whim decisions have been some of the better ones that I've had. Like there was this game, on the whim decision to play through all the Kirby games. That was while I was on stream. I had that thought and said it, and people seemed excited. So that was a very on the whim decision. Um, but yeah, that those have some of my better decisions for my content and whatnot. Um, I will say that unfortunately I won't be able to edit this game because let's face it, how am I supposed to edit this game down? You kind of need context for a lot of these things, and you can't really cut anything out. Um, Kirby, I will edit, but that'll take a long while to get done with. I still haven't gotten around to editing Undertale. I feel like I'm probably gonna drop Undertale and Mario Wonder edits. As much as I would like to edit together the Undertale playthrough and the whatever, an edited run of the whole game for like 100 hours. I mean, let's look. I'm gonna look at my VOD's channel and see just how long it's been so far. Undertale mentioned. Yeah, I played it back in September. That's how long it's been unedited. That's 6 months ago. It's been half a year since I played Undertale. So today was day 5, which means roughly 20 hours so far. Yeah. It's a good game. So it would be so far, and we're not even done. So far, it's been 20 hours of gameplay. Yeah. So that means that if I were to do a single unedited run through, well, I would edit between days, obviously, but I would have probably a good 24-hour long video. That just does not work. I could separate it by chapter, I guess. But I don't know. At that point, just watch the VODs. But it's been weird. I had a couple VODs that blew up for no reason, and now I'm getting no views on any of my VODs anymore. But that is neither here nor there because they're VODs. I get people don't really care to watch VODs all that much. So it's more on there as a, backup, as like, you know, if people decide they wanted to watch a stream later down the line, or like if I lose my footage, I can re-download it off YouTube. Stuff like that. But with that, everybody, we're getting to that point. So tomorrow, I will be posting on my Twitter. If you know, you know. Because that is when I post stuff. It's no link for that because that's not a good thing to link for this, but you know. Um, anyway, next week Monday, Splatoon. That's the big thing. Thank you, everybody, so much for coming by. Hope you all have a wonderful time zone. Make sure you take care of yourself. Drink some water, get some rest, all that good stuff. And I'll see you next time. Bye.